Hi, how are you guys? Good. So today we have a guest artist, Nate Watson. That's Nate in the black shirt and the cap. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make this morning we're going to be making these sculptures of clouds. Can we put up, we can't put up anything right now. So just to we don't know exactly how we're going to make these clouds, so we're going to be doing some experimenting. Generally, when we have a new novel shape that we want to make, we start out making it in clear glass because it's quicker and easier, and then once once we're confident that we can make it, then we make it in color. Just give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Inside the furnaces, each one has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get it out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, they're called blow pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink, tan. And if we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial clear bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video. Can we play color overlay? Show you how we apply the colors.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we apply the color in that manner is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we put blue glass into the big furnace, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can make it any color at any time. So we're trying to develop some texture for the outside of our cloud. When he dips it in the water like that, he's causing the surface to crack. It'll crack, the surface will crack, but the cracks won't go all the way through the glass, and that'll give it a kind of a crack texture. Heat it up again, the cracks will be sealed, but it'll leave the texture. Do you guys have any questions? Say that. Just try to keep your shop clean. Yeah, it's not a huge problem. Well, most dust and dirt won't stick to it. You'll see sometimes before they go to the steel table, they'll take their hand and just wipe it off. So if you just came in, we're working with our guest artist, Nate Watson. Nate is the man standing up with the black shirt and jeans at the center of the workshop. And he's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make some of his sculptures. The sculptures we want to make today are going to be clouds. And so first order of business here is to experiment with different textures to see if we can make it look cloud-like. Whenever we have a difficult shape, we start out by making it in clear glass, and then if we feel like we've got it down, then we'll make it out of colored glass. So Nick, seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So now Ben is heating up certain areas of the glass with a torch to soften them, and having Nick blow, and the softened area should expand. So Mr. Watson will be our guest artist from Wednesday through Sunday. He's been blowing glass for about 20 years. And this is his first time as a guest artist at the museum. We put up the cloud picture. So this is the kind of cloud we're modeling after. Mr. Watson wants it to look vaguely threatening, as if there's something, a black cloud, something imminent on the horizon. We'll make a colored one later. Right now, we're just experimenting with the form and texture. Does anybody have any questions? We put up how hot is it? We put up how hot is it? So these are the various temperatures of the different pieces of equipment. The glass furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. That's where we keep the molten glass. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. The annealers are these big black ovens on each side of the studio, and the two silver horizontal ones. And the garage is this guy here with the curved side. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So the glass furnaces, the ones where you see the doors closed, that diagram up there shows you what it looks like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We put up the glory hole diagram. So the round ovens where you see the doors open, those are called glory holes. Those have no glass in them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and we keep them approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So the glory holes are for heating the glass while we're working. You'll notice that each time we pull the glass out and start to shape it, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go back to the glory hole and heat it up again. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, making horseshoes or swords, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, work on it a little bit, put it back in the fire, soften it again. That's the same routine that you see here with the glass. So we've transferred our test cloud from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the opposite side, and we can clean up the part that was previously attached to the metal pipe. So the things that we're working on now is sort of prototyping the idea of making this cloud out of glass. So we're trying different techniques to make textures and make the form. And once we feel confident, then we'll make a one that's colored. In the past, Mr. Watson, our guest artist, has been the executive director of Public Glass in the Bay Area, which is a public access glass studio. He's who got his BFA from Center College in Kentucky and his MFA from the California College of the Arts. He's done a variety of work with a group called Related Tactics, where they collaborate on big projects. And a lot of the projects have to do with race and culture. So right now, Ben is stretched out the glass at the top of the bubble. And we may going to probably trim some of that off. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions for Mr. Watson, our guest artist? So now Mr. Watson has in his hand what we call an inside sculpting tool. It's a curved bar of steel with a little steel ball on the end. And we reach inside it. If we want to push the features of an object out, we can reach inside with that tool and press against the interior and make relief areas. So we can push the features out from the inside. She's reaching in and pushing against the the wall of the glass and pushing it outward. Could we put up the inside sculpting tool drawing? It might take a moment or two because I have to look for it. So if you look up on the big screen, we have an illustration of the inside sculpting tools, and you can see what they do. So if we want to feature like the nose of the skull, we reach inside the hollow object and push from inside. So we're going to do the same kind of thing to make our cloud. You just squeeze it. Squeeze the open end and knock off the little knob. Yes. Thank you, Chris. Ben has closed up the opening, and we just cut that off. And now it's closed on both ends. We drilled a small hole in the glass and put a second pipe over that hole. And that's so even though we closed off the opposite end, there's still a little tiny hole there where we can blow into the form. right now, Ben has got a torch in his hand. It's a propane and oxygen torch. It has a very hot flame, and he's heating up the surface, and he's trying to texture it with what we call a soft brick. It's a brick that we use in building our kilns, and it's kind of crumbly, has a lot of air in it, and it makes good insulation. So it has a very rough surface. So we're trying to use that to texture the surface of our cloud model. Does anybody have any questions? How are you guys? You guys have any questions? Now Sarah's going around the corner to our powder booth where we're going to sift some powdered colored glass onto the surface. If you look up on the big screen, we have a camera in there. So, that stuff that's dusted onto the surface, that's just powdered colored glass. Sift it on in the powder booth, then we come out and stick it in the glory hole, the round oven, and melt it on. Usually it takes several applications to get a nice, good, solid coat. So Sarah's gone around the corner again to our powder booth. We're sifting more powder onto our glass form, trying to mimic the look of a cloud. Yes. Crushed colored glass. That's it. So if we want a gray powder, we crush up some gray glass. If we want blue powder, we crush up some blue glass. Yes? How do they protect their lungs from what? When we use the powder, we're doing it in a ventilated booth that draws the powder away. When they're out here, there's nothing to hurt their lungs. There's no danger out here. It's only when we use the powdered glass that we have to do it in a ventilated booth. So Mr. Watson and the glass blowers are discussing what they need to do, what would look better to get that cloud look. We're heating up the sculpting tool. We use the torch in a specific area of the glass. We can make just that area hot and soft. And we can shape that area without disturbing the rest of the object. So if you came in later, just to give you a catch up here, that we're trying to make a sculpture, a glass sculpture of a cloud, and we're experimenting with various techniques and texturing processes to see if we can mimic that texture. So we're using tools, we're using powdered colored glass, and we're trying to make this thing look as cloud-like as possible. So everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So our first, we're going to take our first prototype off the metal um, rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. That slow cooling will prevent it from breaking. A little water on the joint between the object and the pipe, a little tap, off it comes, and into our annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We're going to start another one. Sarah in the gray shirt over on the far right is heating up one of the blowpipes. Hot glass only sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we dip our pipe into the molten glass, we have to heat the tip up so the glass will stick to it. Now Sarah's going over to the furnace. She dips her pipe into our big tank of molten glass, and a little bit sticks to the end. All glass, when it's hot, looks orange, whether it's red or blue or purple or pink. The orange color that you're seeing at the moment is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass that Sarah's working with is clear glass. It's just very hot and causing the orange glow. Sarah has blown a little air into that wad of glass, and a little bubble popped out the other end of the pipe. So now we have a little hollow bubble. We're going to shape that up, let it harden a bit, and then we're going to coat it with more clear glass. So we're going to trying some different ways to texture this. We're going to use baking soda. So Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And we're going to coat it with more glass. Each time we dip the pipe into the big furnace, only a certain amount of glass will stick. So if we want a lot of glass, we have to dip it in several times to get enough glass to make what we're making. Each time we dip it into the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. So Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen before she takes a gather. Sarah's going to drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. So what we're doing right now is we want to make these sculptures of glass clouds for Mr. Watson. We want them to be sort of threatening, imminent clouds. But first, we're trying to figure out how to texture them and give them that cloud-like feel. So we made one just a little bit earlier. Now we're making. We've learned some things. Now we're going to make another one. Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole. Make it soft. And she'll bring it to Ben at the workbench. Ben is a tall guy sitting at the center workbench. So we're working with Nate Watson, our guest artist, sitting on the steel table. Ben Cobb, the tall guy, sitting at the workbench. Sarah Gilbert, the woman heating up the glass in the glory hole. And Nick Davis, standing behind them. So Nick and Ben and Sarah work for the museum. Mr. Watson is a guest artist for just for this week. So Nick is blowing. Nick's seated to the left of the workbench, as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes the bubble with a pad of wet newspaper. As long as the newspaper is wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So right now, Ben is letting that bubble cool and stiffen before we coat it with more glass. Now Ben's going over to our furnace. He's going to dip it in and coat it. He'll drip some excess off into that steel can. So we're rolling it over the corrugated metal to make a rough surface to simulate our cloud look. So we did that for texture. Now we're going to blow it up some and start to shape. Now Ben is taking a tool called the jacks and giving it a squeeze. He's making a sharp notch in the glass. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. If you came in a little later, we're working with the artist Nate Watson. Nate is the man in the black shirt and jeans at the to right of center with the cap on. And he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. He wants to make these glass cloud sculptures. And so we're experimenting with different methods of texturing the glass and making it look like a cloud. Ben has some pads made out of cork he's using to shape the bubble. Does anybody have any questions? A cloud. Now Ben is heating up an area of the glass with a torch. He can soften just the area that he wants to shape. Glass is a poor conductor of heat, so if you heat up one area and make it soft, you can shape that area and not affect the areas around it. So we're going to be making some of these cloud sculptures for our guest artist, Nate Watson. So we're trying to figure out a way to simulate that cloud texture. Does anybody have any questions? A cloud. We're making a sculpture for our guest artist, Nate Watson, and he wanted us to make these cloud sculptures. This is a sort of cloud that we're modeling it after, and we have to figure out a way to form the glass so that it looks like a cloud. So we're prototyping it. We're not doing this. We're doing this for a purpose, not a demonstration. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will grab it from the opposite side so we can shape the side that's now attached to the pipe. Sarah, over to the left in the gray shirt, she's preparing the punty. UNTY. Coating the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass so it's sticky. We're going to stick it to the cloud, and then we'll break it off the metal pipe where it's now, and we'll clean up that opposite end. Does anybody have any questions? The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. The lime is calcium carbonate that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three ingredients into the big furnace, cook them overnight at 2400 degrees, and in the morning we have a tank full of clear glass. If we wanted to make colored glass, we take those same three ingredients, sand, soda ash, and lime, and we'd cook them up with some kind of metal. Different metals make different colors. If we took sand, soda ash, lime, and cobalt, we could make blue glass. If we cooked it up with chromium, we'd get green glass. If we cooked it up with a little bit of gold, we get a beautiful ruby red glass. So now we're attaching the punty. This is just going to act as a temporary handle while we shape the opposite side. When Sarah feels that bond is firm enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. This second steel rod is there just temporarily to hold it while we work on the opposite side. So now the end that was attached to the metal pipe is exposed. That end can now be heated and shaped. Hopefully we'll make a couple of clouds today. pretty deluxe, but there are other places that have this similar setups.
Are there many places on the West Coast like this?
No, most of them are on the East Coast. There's the Corning Museum of Glass has in Corning, New York, has a similar setup. The Toledo Art Museum in Ohio has a similar setup. The Chrysler Museum of Art in Norfolk, Virginia, also has one, and I think there's one now in St. Petersburg. How are you guys?
Doing well. We have a couple of questions.
Sure.
What are those?
It's called frit. It's crushed up colored glass. We roll our clear glass from the furnace in these little chips of colored glass, and we melt them on, and it forms a candy coating of color like an M&M.
Okay. And next question is, um, is the blue color flame hotter than the yellow color flame?
Yes.
Good answer. Hit the bell. Okay. Oh, like you start with those. They make artwork totally different. So they're not. I'm sure they have a lot of other. Oh, they want to add more heat sensor. So once it's completely cold, can you add the heat sensor? No, you can't set it cold. Oh.
You guys know about our contest for kids?
Yes, we do. But we've never decided on what we want to draw.
Just draw something.
I know that's what I always
Do
say.
it once a month. And if it doesn't work out, you do another one next month.
Yeah, we should do something this month.
And if you want to, you can grab one of the entry forms and take it home maybe where she's more comfortable.
Yeah.
And
Good idea.
then you just mail it in or drop it off.
Okay. Yeah.
You ever have one of these globs fall off in the furnace? Off the top?
Short answer is no. The where they're heating it up now, that's the glory hole. That's not the furnace. So that's not the furnace. The furnaces are the ones to the right and to the left where the doors are closed. What? Well, can we put up the furnace diagram? So the furnaces have the big tanks of molten glass in them. That's what it looks like inside. And they're for, heating up our reservoir of molten glass. Yes. The glory holes have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So they're two different machines that do different things. If the glass dropped off in the glory hole, we just fish it out. Yes, it's happened, but it's very rare, and it's not a big deal. We just fish it out. Well, they're spinning the bowl to keep it on center. So if we stop spinning, the glass would start to sag like this. So it basically keeps falling on center as you spin it. So the glass is actually a little bit softer than it looks. So right now, Nate is working on the inside with what we call an interior sculpting tool. Can we put up the interior sculpting tool drawing? So the tool is just a long curved steel rod with a ball on the end. It allows us to reach into a hollow form and push features out from the inside. If we want our cloud to be puffy in certain directions, we can reach in there and push out the little puffed parts. Right now, we're kind of experimenting. We're trying different looks, different styles of texturing it, and see how we can make it the most cloudy. So this isn't a finished piece. This is us a piece that we're testing our different techniques on. If you've ever taken an art class, painting class or something, you'll know that clouds are notoriously hard to draw and hard to paint. And they're also hard to make in glass. We're going to try a bunch of different ways to see how cloudly we can make it. Glass starts to eat into the ceramic pot. You have to shut it down, empty it, shut it down, and put a new ceramic pot. Thanks for coming in, guys. Can we put up our cloud reference picture? So we want to make clouds something like this. So we're experimenting with different techniques. We make it out of clear glass, so it's quicker. And So I think the next thing we're going to try is accentuating the form by sifting on some powdered colored glass of a darker nature. So we've just sifted powdered colored glass onto the surface. And now we're melting it on. When you work with the powdered colored glass, you can either sift it on and just heat it up enough so that it sticks and as it stays matte, or you can heat it up a lot and get it to shine again. Can we play the powder video?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
So we're going to put this one away, and now we're going to advance to making one with color. So we're trying to figure out how to make this look like a cloud. So if you just came in, we're working with our guest artist, Nate Watson. Nate works in a variety of mediums, but he's mainly works in glass, and he's our guest artist this week, Wednesday through Sunday, and he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to make his sculptures. The sculptures that we're working on today are clouds. You can see a reference photo, and so we tried earlier this morning. We've been trying different techniques to get a proper texture and form of the cloud. And now we're going to try to make one for real. So for this next piece, we're going to do what's called a color overlay. We're going to blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We're going to heat up a chunk of colored glass, and we're going to coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. So right now, Ben, tall guy, to the left, is reaching into the garage, the silver oven with a curved side, and he's going to grab a bar of the colored glass. So we've had these bars of colored glass in there warming up till we're ready to use them. Now, Over on the far right, Sarah has blown a bubble of clear glass. Nick is coming over with some colored glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. We call this a color overlay. All the glass in the big furnace is clear glass that has no color. We buy our color in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video show you how we do that. Can we play color overlay? Can't do it right now, sorry. So now Sarah is pushing that colored glass backwards towards the metal pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. Has anybody got any questions? We're working with Nate Watson. Nate Watson's the man in the jeans and the black shirt over on the left side of the studio. Him and Ben Cobb, who I'm head of our glass team, are looking at some things that we made earlier in the week. The sculpture that Sarah's starting is going to be a cloud. Can we put up the, oh no, we can't put up anything right now. Right now, we're just collecting all the glass we need to make it. We've made a clear bubble. We've coated it with white, I think. And then we're going to put a whole bunch more clear on top of that. And then we'll blow it up to its full size and shape. The folks that Nate is working with are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're all very skilled professional glass blowers. Each of them has a minimum of 20 years working with glass. It looks like we're going to put two colors on. Sarah's just shaping up the first color overlay. It looks like Nick is heating up a second one. Sarah in the gray shirt has our bubble, which is going to be the start of our cloud. Nick standing up with the black shirt and shorts. He's heating up some, I think, white glass to coat that bubble. So you drop on a big blob of the colored glass. snip it off, and then Sarah will push it back till it entirely covers the original bubble. Yes. Natural gas. We use propane for the torches. Uh, yeah, propane is much more expensive, but it's still, BTU for BTU, it's more expensive to produce that much heat. The only places where they have propane furnaces are usually in a place where there is no natural gas. What? Yeah, well, for instance, there's a glass school about 80 miles north of here, and it's out in the middle of forest, and there is no gas pipes there, so they run their furnaces on propane. So Sarah over on the right, Sarah Gilbert, one of our Museum of glass blowers, is preparing a bubble for our sculpture of a cloud that we're making with Nate Watson, our guest artist. Sarah's just applied the second color. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. We put a layer of gray on there and a layer of white over that. But when we get it hot, it's going to look orange. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down. The orange glow disappears. That's the same exact physics that you have with the glass. When the glass is hot, what you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. It'll get, the longer it's in there, the softer it'll get. And you can feel when you turn the pipe, you have to keep turning it faster and faster to keep it on center. And you can also watch it'll flop around a little if it's really hot. Yep. That's why we're always turning it to keep it from drooping. Basically falling on center. Yeah, if we stop turning it, it would go like that. So now Sarah's going to go over to the furnace and coat her bubble with a new layer of clear molten glass. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnace looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot on the bottom half. It's filled with melted glass, and the melted glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. Do you guys have any questions? We our core team is 5, and we may have, I don't know, 5 or 6 part timers. So they're shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. She's going over to the pipe cooler. If these pipes get hot and become uncomfortable to hold, we lay the steel pipe in that trough. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easy to hold. So right now, Sarah's letting that bubble cool and stiffen. And we're going to put one more layer, or maybe more than one more layer, at least one more onto the bubble. So you go to our furnace. Each time we dip it into the furnace and coat the bubble, it's called taking a gather. Gather. Sarah's now going to take a tool called the block and shape the glass. The blocks are made out of wood. They're stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is damp, the wood doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Even though the tools look like scoops, we don't scoop up any water in them. We use them empty. We just want the wood itself to be damp. Yes. What? Well, first of all, there is no water in the block. We use it empty. So we just want the wood to be damp. Because there's no water inside that scoop. And so there is steam there. It's just because it's just the damp wood. There's not a great volume for you to see clouds of steam coming off. But it looks like we're scooping up water, but we're not. We're using it empty. People assume because it has that shape that we're scooping up water, but we're not. Sarah's taking her pipe over to the pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, that's the time the pipe gets the hottest. So we go over to the pipe cooler, we can cool it down, and we make the pipe easier to hold. What? It's all glass. Yep. So if you came in a little later, we're working with our guest artist, Nate Watson. Nate is the man in the center of the workshop with the black shirt, jeans, and a cap. And he's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make his designs. The sculpture that we're making right now is going to be a cloud. We spent a good deal of this morning trying to figure out how to make the glass look cloud-like, and we'll see if we're successful. So now Ben is going to roll it over that corrugated steel, to give the surface a texture. So it'll take the impressions off that rough metal corrugated grate. So now Ben, tall guy's heating up the glass in the glory hole, the round oven. There's no glass in that oven. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. No. So now Ben is heating up a section of the glass. We're going to shape it. We're going to squeeze it with a tool called the jacks and make a sharp crease there. That'll be the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Anybody have any questions? Steel. It doesn't get anywhere near as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. It's a trick of physics. The pipe is very long. It has a lot of surface area compared to its mass, so it has a lot of places to dissipate the heat. Also, once you coat the end of the pipe with glass, glass is an insulator, so it's shielded from the direct heat of the furnace. The only time these pipes get really hot is when we take a gather, when we reach into the furnace to get the molten glass out. Then the pipe is exposed directly to the flame and it gets hot. We go over to the pipe cooler, we just spray water on the pipe and that cools it down. So we're going to drill a small hole at the tip of that bubble. We're going to attach a second pipe over that hole so that we can blow into the form even after we've removed it from the original pipe. The drill is an ordinary electric drill. The bit is a sharpened rod of tungsten. We heat up the tip of the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we can drill right into the glass while it's hot. Has anybody got any questions? So now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Sarah, in the gray shirt, is preparing the punty. She's put a little ring of glass around the end of her pipe and left the hole at the end of the pipe open. So we're going to stick that right over the hole that we drilled, and then we'll be able to blow into the form. So now the glass is held from the tip. The part that was attached to the pipe is now exposed. Now that end of the form can be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Yes. Well, it's mirrored. The glass is mirrored. He was asking about the salmon school installation. So those are made with The salmon are blown with cleared glass, and then after they cool off, a mirroring solution is filled on the inside and then poured out. It's a solution of silver nitrate, and it leaves a little deposit of silver on the surface. That's how you make mirrors in general, is with silver nitrate. So we're going to stretch out the glass at the very top. The glass is always a little bit thick there. So we're heating up the glass with a torch and just softening the areas that we want to shape. Nate is reaching inside the hollow bubble and pressing it against the inside of the glass to uh, make bulges in the cloud. Can we put up the inside sculpting tool drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we show you, have a little diagram. So if you want to push, make some feature more prominent, we can reach inside that hollow object and press it out from the inside. So in the case of this drawing, the person is making a nose. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Oh, so if we want to go, because everything is round, if you want to end up in the same place, if you make a mark on the pipe, and you can always return to that same position when the chalk mark is up. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Nate Watson, will be giving a talk here in the Hot Shop about his career, and it'll be very interesting. And we'll be streaming that to the internet. So if you go to the Museum of Glass uh, website, museumofglass.org, and you click on the Hot Shop, scroll to the bottom of the page, and you'll see our stream, and you'll be able to watch the lecture from home. we'll cut off that little flange. And that'll close up that end of the sculpture. We'll break it off. We still have a little hole in the bottom where the pipe attaches, so we can still blow into that form and keep it inflated, even though we closed off that hole at the open end. Now Ben has two cork pads. He's using them to shape the glass. Does anybody have any questions? We're making this cloud sculpture for our guest artist, Nate Watson. Nate is the man just to the right of center in the jeans and the black shirt with wearing the baseball cap. Do you guys have any questions? You guys heard that pop. If glass, if we make something out of glass and we don't cool it properly, it the glass, the outside of the glass cools faster than the inside. The outside shrinks and it pulls on the glass with enough force to actually blow the thing up. So, see, people often ask, where they can have some of the little scraps underneath the bench, and we can't give them to you for that exact reason, because they might explode. So now we're going to add some powdered glass to give it a more slightly matte texture. In order to add the powdered glass, we have to go to a ventilated booth where we can sift powdered colored glass onto the surface. You'll see Sarah disappear around the corner. I think we have a camera in the powder booth. So look up on the big screen, and you should see them sifting the powder. So you have a flour sifter. It's filled with powdered glass. We sift it onto the surface. Then we're going to put it back in the fire and melt it on. So each time we sift on the powdered colored glass, we go to the glory hole, the round furnace, and melt it on so it sticks. We have several options here. We can melt it on just enough so it sticks, and then we'll get a matte, powdery surface, or we can heat it up to the point where it turns glossy, and then we'll have a textured, shiny surface. We can even heat it up in spots where we'll make certain parts shiny and leave certain parts matte. We're getting ready to take the sculpture off the metal rod. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. It's for something like this, it's just overnight. We have big electric ovens called annealers. The big black ovens that you see at either end of the studio. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long, and then we fill them with whatever we make during the day, and then at night they have a computerized thermostat that slowly, automatically turns the temperature down to room temperature. We can program that for 12 hours, 24 hours, 5 days, whatever we need. Generally, the thicker an object is, the longer we take to cool it. So this cloud is hollow. It's not super thick, so it'll probably just be overnight. Take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for Nate Watson and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. Yep. Thanks for coming in, guys. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're going to be working with our guest artist, Nate Watson. Nate is the man in the black shirt and jeans on the right side of the studio. Just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each one is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip them in the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass separately. We buy it in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue. If we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with a layer of whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video show you how we apply the color. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that's what we're doing now. Sarah is going to blow a bubble of clear glass. Sarah in the center in the gray shirt. Nick over on the far right in the black shirt. He's heating up a chunk of the colored glass, and we're going to coat Sarah's bubble with the colored glass. So everything that we make this week is for our guest artist, Nate Watson. Nate, for many years, lived in the Bay Area. Right now, he's sort of in between the Bay Area and Louisville. He was a director at the public access glass studio in San Francisco. Um, he's a graduate of Center College in Kentucky, and he got his MFA at California College of the Arts. A lot of his work is multi-medium, using photography and all sorts of video, all sorts of stuff. He does installations, and but his primary medium is glass. And so he's our guest artist for this week. He has run of the studio. He has the cooperation of our crack team of glass blowers, and will make whatever he decides to make. So the project we're working on now is making a cloud. So this morning we were experimenting with different techniques to make the glass look like a cloud, and now we're going to make another one. Sarah is starting our bubble. Sarah in the gray shirt. Does anybody have any questions so far? Totally what? Scarred? We don't get scarred. I don't know what you're talking about. We hardly ever get burned. One of we get I would compare it to working in a kitchen every once in a great while, and it's usually something minor. One of our glass blowers was asked, "How often do you get burned?" And his reply was, "Only on payday." A lot of people are disappointed when we come here and we're not burned and scarred. But the real danger in this shop is none of the things that common sense would lead you to believe. It's not getting cut. It's not getting burned. It's not breathing chemicals. The real danger in this shop is the repetitive motion injuries from the constant turning of the pipe, from the weight being so far out on the end of that pole that there's a lot of stress on your wrists and elbows and lower back. So people come out with things like carpal tunnel syndrome, tennis elbow, those kind of ailments that glass blowers suffer from. Yes? You're talking about the salmon school exhibition and what kind of metal? Well, the fish are made out of clear glass, and after they're cooled, they're coated on the inside with silver nitrate. And the silver nitrate forms the mirror finish, and that's what you're seeing when you look at it. It's a chemical process that happens after they're blown. Yes, on the inside of the fish. It's hard to tell because there's all sorts of reflections and stuff, but yeah, so they're all blown out of straight ahead clear glass and then mirrored after they've cooled off. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids 12 and under. Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 or younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. We have an exhibit out in the lobby, the Grand Hall. You can see all those sculptures were made from kids' drawings. We have a little short video. We can show you some of the things we've done with the kids in the past. Can we play Kids Design Glass?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win though.
But,
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you have kids here, you want to enter, there's a table out in the lot. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. If you don't feel like drawing right this moment, your kid's not inspired, you can grab an entry form, do the drawing at home, and mail it in. It doesn't cost anything, by the way. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. Oh, what's really popular? I would say mixed media stuff, like making sculptures that are part wood, part metal, part dead birds, that kind of thing. Yeah. Memes. Sure. Glass is a cruel mistress. There is no money in glass. If you didn't want it to break, you shouldn't make it out of glass. Is that what you mean by memes? Okay. Yes. Yes. She's just trying to shape it. She's pushing, we put a blob of colored glass on top, and she's pushing it backward so that it entirely coats the original bubble. Yeah. Because they're really good at it. So they kind of, the Venetians started blowing glass in around 1200, and the glass blowing started in the Middle East, and the Venetians picked it up maybe 600 years later, and they refined glass blowing, and they were really good and really secretive about what they did. So people were impressed with it and became like the fashionable glass to have if you were royalty. And so they dominated glass blowing for about the next 400 years, and then it sort of went out of fashion, and people started buying glass from Central Europe, engraved glass. Yes. We recycle our own clear waste. We don't have a good, practical way of recycling our colored waste because the big furnace where we melt it is all clear, so we can't throw blue and red and green in there. But we do collect all our clear waste and reuse it. It's possible to blow glass out of bottle glass. It's not very good. The bottle glass is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. It's possible to use that kind of recycled glass, but it's just not very good for glass, this kind of glass blow. It's possible, but it's not very good. Say that again? If there's metal in the glass, is that what you're asking me? There's certain metals that can be embedded in glass. They have to have a coefficient of expansion. They have to expand and contract at the same rate that the glass does. So the big ones are nickel, silver, and gold and copper. They all can be embedded in glass. Sure. Okay, why is the glass building shaped like this? There's three main reasons. Reason number one, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number two, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney. So there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see one of those buildings. And in a less enlightened time, those were called wigwam burners. And when the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw a bunch of those, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. Most come by invitation. It's people upstairs who select it. We have a collaboration with the Pilchuck Glass School, so when they bring teachers over for the summer from Japan or Italy or wherever, they also come here. We have a few slots which we leave open for people's proposals, so you can apply to be a guest artist here. We look for things that are interesting. We look for variety. We don't want to show too much of the same type of thing. We want you to see different approaches to glass making, as much as, with as much variety as we can, and also as much quality. So Sarah's dripping off some of that excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. Now Sarah's going to shape the glass using a tool called the block. That scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Nick has taken her pipe over to the pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass, it often gets the pipe hot. If it's hot, we take it over to the pipe cooler. It's a little trough, and we spray water on it, and that cools it down and makes it easier to hold. This is a serious piece by our guest artist, Nate Watson. We are making what he asked us to make. It's not a true artistic collaboration in the sense it's not going to be signed with two names, but our team of glassblowers have advised him on the best way to make it look the way he wants it to look. And so they've collaborated on the process, but not so much the idea. Yes. Almost all the things you see in museums are credited to the designer of the piece. If you go and you see a Frank Lloyd Wright building, you go, oh, that's a beautiful Frank Lloyd Wright building. Frank wasn't in there hanging sheetrock. Frank drew a picture of what the building should look like, and then carpenters, electricians, and plasterers came in and made the actual building. So if you think about Tiffany, Louis Comfort Tiffany, famous for Tiffany glass, He never made a piece of glass in his entire life. He designed glass, and he had teams of glass workers like this that made the actual glass. Hi. We always make mistakes? We make mistakes. We try not to do it always. Once in a while, we want to do the right thing. Yeah, we make mistakes just like everybody else. Are you guys going to do drawings? Are you going to try enter the contest with the drawings? If you don't feel like, if you don't feel like drawing right now, you can get an entry form, one for each kid, and they can do the drawings at home and mail them in. So, you know, there you go. So just grab one for each kid, and mail them in. There's no money involved. So right now, Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And then we're going to put more glass on top of that. Well, the reason there's so much glass in this area is pretty much due to the Pilchuck Glass School. Uh, it's about 80 miles north of here, and it's a professional, it's sort of professional education. It's not a school you graduate from. It's a school you go to take seminars, like you study with a master engraver for 3 weeks. Anyway, that brought a lot of people to the area. They started studios. They hired other people. So that was really the seed for glass blowing in this area. There are, how do they do it at home? There are hobby furnaces. What you're looking at is the most deluxe setup possible. We have 2,000-pound tanks. An artist working by himself might have one 200-pound tank. There's another type of glass blowing called flame working, where you work on a table-mounted torch, and you start with pre-made tubes and rods of colored glass, and making smaller things usually, and that's within the scope of most people to set up at home. There's the glass furnaces where we keep the tanks of molten glass. Those are the ones with the doors closed. And then there's the glory holes. Those have no glass in them. The ones with the round door opening, those have no glass in them. Those are just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glory holes are the same. All the furnaces are the same. How hard is it to what? It's not difficult. Molds? Yeah, sometimes we use molds when necessary. We can make just pretty much any any shape that you can think of. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the nature of the glass lends itself more to soft, rounded shapes, but we can push it into angular shapes if need be. We're making a cloud. What do you want to get? Let's get Nate. This is the artist. I'll have him explain it to you.
Hi, hello. Hey, so we're making a cloud today. It's not something I've ever made before or ever even wanted to make, but I've been driving across the country since April, and I lived in California for 20 years in the Bay Area, and we have fog. It's totally different than clouds. So as I moved east, I recognized that like these clouds were like really holding this intense weather, and we're going through all sorts of weather changes anyway, and I feel like the kind of transitions that I'm making and kind of like what's happening kind of in the world in terms of weather and weather phenomenon, things are different. So when I go back to Kentucky where I'm from, my dad's like, oh my gosh, it's so much windier than it used to be. I'm like, maybe. And then all of a sudden, like the summer storms are coming. And this idea that a cloud can hold rain that you need, can bring water to places that don't have some. It can also withhold. It can bring tornadoes and lightning and thunder and scary things. But it can also signify kind of shade and comfort from heat and things like that. So I'm just here trying to experiment with some forms because these guys are the best in the world, and now it's my chance. So that's what we're up to. The scale, we've been scaling up since the morning. So we made a really small, clear one. Then we started adding powder, and it was this big. I think we're gonna try to go a bit bigger this time. It gets a little unruly because we start to crease it, and it starts to fold in new places and different places. And because of all the layering of color, it's hard to tell where the thicknesses are. So there's a picture there. Oh, up there too, same picture. We're all working on the same thing. So we're gonna blow this thing kind of into an amorphous form. There's stuffing now. Sorry, I took your job. Okay, so we have an interior color and then an exterior cup that has a fade from clear to black. And then we're gonna add mass to this, blow it up, rough out the shape, and then we're gonna add powder to the outside, and it'll give it this soft texture on the outside. So then I have layers of color that I can go back and take away later to get my highlights and my darker shaded areas. The word of the day is ominous. I want these things to feel ominous and be large enough to where you feel like you could tangle with it a little bit. Just kind of something that looks back at you. Because that's kind of what this is. That's kind of what it's about. It's like this ominous force of change, not good, not bad, just capable. Never look at clouds the same, right? Hopefully. Because they're so cool.
Thank you, Nate. Let's have a little applause for our guest artist.
No, just kidding.
So, can we put up stuffing a color cup. Okay, if you look up on the big screen, we have a little illustration of what Sarah just did. It's called stuffing a color cup. It's a way of layering different colors or different patterns. We make what looks like a small bowl, and that's called the color cup, and it has certain colors on it. And then we drop another bubble inside that has different colors. And the two are fused together, and that's what they're working with right now. So it's just mainly a way to make, to layer different colors one on top of the other. Thank you, Chris. If you look at the bubble now, especially if you look at it on the big screen, you can see the gradations in color. You can see where it's very dark and where it gets lighter. Hi, how are you? You guys have any questions? This is pretty complicated. Yeah, some things go faster. Kind of complicated, so it takes a while. Burnt glass, you do it with a solution of silver nitrate. What? Yes, they're all mirrored. You put what's called a sensitizer in the glass. You switch it around, pour it out, and then you pour in silver nitrate, switch it around, pour it out, and it bonds a layer of silver to the inner surface. And that all happens after the glass is cold. What? Threads. Stripes. Okay. I'd have to see them to know exactly. I mean, most of the things. So we make stuff called cane, and we melt it into other pieces of glass, and as we blow it up, the cane stretches and the lines become thinner. So in the center, Ben Cobb, the head of our glass shop, is shaping the glass. Sarah is helping him turning, as we call it, turning pole. And Nick was situated to the left, And he's been doing the blowing. Okay, Sarah, 23, maybe 24. Ben, 30 years. Nick, probably 23, 24. And it's 1998. About maybe 26 for our guest artist, Nate Watson. These guys, you're looking at some serious world-class professionals. Don't let their casual dress and youthful good looks fool you. Actually, if you look on the balcony, that's the Babe Ruth of glass. That's by Venetian master Lino Tagliapietra, who's considered the greatest glassblower in the world. It's his artistic sensibility, his technical prowess, uh, his variety of ideas and stuff that he addresses, his scope of knowledge. I mean, he's a walking encyclopedia. He started when he was 11, quit school, and he just retired, well, a couple of years now, retired at 87. And he's still doing this. At 87, he was still doing this kind of physical work. I would think most people in the glass world would consider him our Elvis. Well, now just after he added that next gather, yeah, that's pretty heavy. I would say, maybe a little more. I'm guessing. I'll have to ask them because I'm not holding it. Probably 8 or 10 pounds for the rod. And then, what would you say, Nate?
Yeah, probably like 20 pounds or so, but on the edge of that rod, it probably feels more like 55. And it's always moving, right? So it's trying to fall.
Yeah, so when you're as you move it, you're compensating for gravity.
Yes. Think. If you want an example from ordinary life, think about moving a mattress. Everybody hates moving a mattress. The reason is not because it's so heavy. It's because you have to put a lot of energy into keeping it straight. It flops around. You have to counter that. Glass is the same way. When you get a big lump of glass on the end of that pole, it's like moving a mattress. There's a lot of torque, and you have to compensate to keep it on center. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens, the glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with the torches. When we heat it up with the torches, like Ben is doing right now, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. We can't do that with the big oven. So if we want to heat it up more generally, we put it in the glory hole. If we need the heat in a specific place, we use the torches. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? No, no. The best thing. Can we put up the cloud photo? Yes. So that's sort of what we're loosely basing it on. I have no idea. Yeah, it's, Nate found it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The torches are propane. The furnaces are natural gas. Well, you see the glass is wrapped around the end of the pipe. You see with that kind of ball shape at the end of the pipe? The metal pipe goes all the way in there. So it's wrapped around that there and then extends from there. Does it take a lot of breath? Um, Only when we're making really big things. If we're making something like a wine glass, it's negligible. If we have to move 20, 30 pounds of glass, then it takes more lung power. No, most of the things we make don't require any power at all. So when Sarah points the bubble down at an angle like that, the bubble is soft, and the bubble will stretch under its own weight. So that makes the bubble longer. what is the per hour course? I have absolutely no idea. I don't see the books. I'm just a tour guide. We use less energy than you would think. Uh, we're heating up a very small space to a very high temperature. When you heat your house, a house might be 12,000 cubic feet, heating up to 68 degrees. We're heating up 12 cubic feet to 2,000 degrees. So it kind of evens out. I would say the furnaces probably run about $500 a month in gas. That has very little to do with it. Most of the price in any type of artwork is the artist's reputation. If I paint a sunflower, it's 50 bucks. If Van Gogh paints it, the same sunflower, it's 5 million bucks. Has nothing to do with materials. It's Yes. It's possible to. Is it possible to stop and resume later? It's possible. We try not to do that um, unless there's a really good reason. We usually try to finish most things in one sitting. There's a chance when if you heat it up again, that there's a possibility that you could crack it. Yes. How long is the process? Oh, it depends. It's like any other uh, project. It depends what you're making. If we're making a Christmas ornament, it takes 3 minutes. If we're making a wine glass, it's probably 20 minutes. This cloud is probably going to be an hour and a half. Some of the kids' sculptures that we made took 6.5 hours. It just all depends on what you're making. Oh, no, no. He was using a whisk broom. The pads that he's shaping the glass with are made out of cork, and there's little embers of burning cork from shaping the glass, and he's brushing those away. You guys have any questions?
I never thought I'd see a cloud blow before in a class.
Neither did we. Yes. Well, I mean, you could blow it horizontal, but this is the way they chose to make it. It's not. We're not trying to exactly recreate that picture. It's just a guide to what clouds look like. Like if you're going to draw a sheep, you might look at a picture of a sheep. I think it's probably as big as it's going to get right now, and now we're just putting in the kind of puffy stuff.
How long does it take to heat these up if you just leave them on 24 hours a day?
Okay, how long does it take to heat up? There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces. Those are on 24/7. Those have the tanks of molten glass in them. Then there's the glory holes. Those have no glass in them. Those are only on during the working day. We turn them on an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. Yes. Oh, happy birthday. Oh. I'd say we have another half an hour. it's slow. I'd say we probably have another half hour, 40 minutes. Do you guys have any questions? Oh yeah, it's probably, I'd say 25 pounds of glass and maybe 10 pounds for the steel pipe. But it feels like much more because the weight is so far out at the end of the pole. If you can imagine, yeah, think about picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. Yes. Yeah, it depends on the project, but yeah. No. Oh, Ben is leading our team today. He's been doing it for 30 years. Sarah, 23, 24 years. Nick, same, probably 23, 24 years. These guys don't let their casual dress and youthful good looks fool you. You're looking at professionals. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Nate Wilson, will be giving a talk. None of you will be here, but we are streaming it to the internet. So if you go to our website, museumofglass.org, and click on the live stream, you'll be able to see it. So if you want to watch it in your fuzzy slippers at home on a Sunday afternoon, you're certainly welcome to. So we're going to drill a small hole. And later on, we're going to stick another pipe over that hole so that we can blow into the form even after we've removed it from the original pipe. The drill is an ordinary electric drill. The bit is a sharpened rod of tungsten. We heat up the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we can drill right into the hot glass. Over on the far right, Nick Davis, is making what's called a blow punty. It's going to have two functions. It's going to hold the glass from the exposed end. It's also going to let us blow through that steel pipe into the form to keep it inflated while we shape it. So he's made a little ring of glass around the end of that pipe. He's made sure that the hole at the end of the pipe is open. And when we stick it over the hole we drilled, we'll be able to blow right through. So here comes Nick Davis with the punty. We'll attach it to our cloud sculpture. When they feel that that bond is strong enough to hold the glass, then we'll break it away from the original pipe. Because they have to get to the end that's connected to the pipe to shape it. Right. So we grab it from the front end here, then the back end is exposed. We can shape that. Yeah. So it's just, right now we can't shape the end that's attached to the pipe, but when we grab it from the bottom, now that end is exposed, and that can be heated and shaped. They did roll it in the beginning. Diamond plate. Give it a little texture. I don't know how much texture it's retained, but we did it at the beginning. So now Mr. Watson has what we call an inside sculpting tool. He's going to reach into the hollow mass and push features out. So form them from the inside by pushing out the glass with that curved bar with the ball on the end. Can we put up the inside sculpting drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little illustration. So that tool allows him to reach inside and push features out from the interior. So once we're done, we'll get all the cloud fluffy features, then we'll close it up again. So Mr. Watson is pushing from the inside. So Ben sitting at the workbench, he's taking the torch and he's warming up the areas, softening them that they want to shape, and then Mr. Watson is coming in with the inside sculpting tool and pushing up the softened areas from the inside. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming in. Anybody have any questions? What paddles? What paddles? You mean the big long ones are made out of wood, and the little oval ones are made out of cork. We have two purposes. One is to flatten certain surfaces, like the bottom of a vase. The other is to shield the glassblower's arm from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. Does anybody have any questions? We don't have that here in the United States. We don't have any formal system here in the United States. In Europe, they have. Yeah, it's possible to do some things by yourself. It's much easier working with a team, and more things you can do. It's not impossible to work by yourself, but yeah, that's a, they could do it. Yeah, they don't need any help. But glass blowing, like I said, there are people that do it by themselves, but it's very limiting. Kind of things you can do. It works much better in a team situation. That's right. You can see. Open up the ovens in the morning, and you can see what you've made. Put a finger on. Unlike working in an office, where yes, yes, it does. It could happen. Yep. There's all sorts of complications. Um, if you put it away too cold, uh, if the different colors of glass don't match, all sorts of things that go wrong. Yes, to somewhat. Um, the color, I mean, most of the rods are sort of on an even keel. Most of the colors, except for the colors that are made with gold. The ones that are made with gold are significantly more expensive. So that would be your ruby reds, some of your violets, some of your pinks. The chemistry of glass color is a little bit complicated. It's not as straightforward as paint. You don't have put a blue substance in to make the paint blue. A lot of it's chemical. If you cook up glass with copper and you cook it one way, it'll turn turquoise. If you cook it a different way, it'll turn blood red. deduct whatever you paid to get in today.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know, are there 2 of you?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, so paid, I don't know, 25 bucks or something. So you get 50 bucks off your membership
Okay.
if you do it today.
Okay.
If you came in and bought a membership tomorrow,
Yeah, you got to pay the whole. Okay.
yeah. So yeah, if you're thinking about it, and then they give you guest tickets and you
Yeah.
bring your friends here.
Very cool.
So now we've closed off the open end of the cloud. We kept it open so we could use the interior sculpting tool to press up the features from the inside. Now we've done all that we want to, and so we've closed up the opening. I think you're gonna hang it.
Hang it? See, there you go. How are they gonna hang it?
I don't know. I don't think he's decided yet.
Oh. Okay.
First, he's got to make it.
Okay. Can you blow glass in?
Are you?
Hard, huh? It's hard to do?
Yes.
It's
Hard,
crazy. It's so
but,
it's such a. I mean, it's not only artistic, but it's technical and art. You have to have art and you have to have technical knowledge, and it's just there's so much involved in it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's all sorts of things that people do where it's both technical and artistic music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are
Yeah.
people who can be, very technically good at music but uninspired.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Other people writing songs. That's amazing, though. They don't do that show here, do they?
No, no. That's
I just caught that
in
months
Toronto.
ago. Yeah, it's interesting.
In Toronto.
Oh, yeah.
He was a judge on one of those shows.
That's great. You haven't seen that show?
Blown Away, it's called.
Yeah, it's called Blown Away. It's so good. It's really good.
Episode, season 4, episode 6. He was a guest judge.
Oh, that's cool. So you come here every day and do this?
No,
No?
I'm here for 3.5 days a week.
Oh. 3.5 days.
I work upstairs a half day
Oh, okay.
annotating their collection. But 3 days down here doing the tour guide.
So you don't know how he's going to hang it?
No, I don't think he does either.
I mean, isn't that something you have to think about before it's finished?
It'd be easier if he did, but I don't think he has.
Okay.
Made
Just making
no
sure. Just making sure. You guys get a lot of people here?
You mean audience-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, it varies all. Which, summer's our busy season with tourists
Yeah.
and kids out of school. So
Right.
we get a lot of families in the summer.
Yeah, we're from out of state. Yeah.
Not as many as we'd like.
What do you do in the workshops? Like, what do they do on those?
We have the hands-on thing here. Some kids from the local high school glass program walk you through making a simple object. And it's usually something related to the season, a Christmas ornament,
Oh, that's cool.
Easter egg.
Yeah.
You get down on the floor, and they walk you through making something simple. It's just to try it.
Yeah, just to try it.
That would have been
You get
fun.
to
That's what we
critique
were
whatever
trying
you
to do,
make.
but I guess we're one weekend tour.
We're one weekend, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's usually the last
Or one weekend too late.
of the month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
said prices were going to go down for by competition, but instead they went up like 30%.
Yeah, exactly. Prices never go down; they always go up.
No, they never.
Well, it used to be liquor all went through the state, and so they made the case that if you put it in the private sector, there'll be competition,
Yeah.
and that will control the prices. But that's not that didn't happen at all.
No, because you still get people that like certain companies that corner the market, and they don't allow a lot of competition, so they get to set the prices.
Well, I mean, it's collusion between the government and the distributors
Oh, that
because
too. That too.
How long have they been working on that?
we're working on it. I think. Oh God, we've been working on that since like 2:30.
A couple hours.
Yeah, almost.
Now he's gonna flash it.
No, now we're gonna go. Well, he will flash it, but we're gonna go and start powdering it. We're gonna sift powdered colored glass on the surface to make it more like a matte cloud texture.
Oh, so cool. But they're it's
Look up on the big screen. That's our powder booth. That's
okay.
around the corner. That big black booth. You can see the corner of. He's gonna go around there, and it's a ventilated booth, so we can sift the powdered glass without breathing any of it.
Oh, without breathing it? Yeah. Oh, I didn't think about that. See how it's coating it? Yep.
So we'll sift it on with a flour sifter, and then we'll go back to the glory hole and heat it and melt it on. We can either, depending on Mr. Watson's preference, we can either heat it up a lot and make it shiny again, or we could heat it up just a little bit and leave it matte.
I wonder what he's gonna do. That's cool. So if it's no, if it's a different color, they don't. Do they add color in that too, as well with the powder? No.
Yes, you
Maybe
can.
a blue cloud.
You can.
I mean, I know a cloud's a
You sift any color you want on it.
what colors are we supposed to? I love clouds. I'm always talking to my grandson about clouds. He'll always say, "Quit trying to figure out paint the clouds and pay attention to what I'm saying." They're beautiful.
They are. You're welcome. Does anybody have any questions? You guys have any questions? Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, good. as they get thicker, then we take longer periods. It can be several days. It can be weeks.
Okay.
We are almost done. We're going to take the glass off the metal rod. We're going to drip some water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint. Give it a little tap. Off it comes and into our annealing oven. Several parts. Make part number one, stick in the garage. It'll stay warm, hold the shape. Then when we're ready to assemble it, pull it out, heat it up a little extra, stick the two parts together. Well, usually there's an opening that equalizes, that allows the air to go in and out. No. I mean, if there's an opening in the glass, if the thing is completely closed, then you can have problems with the air pressure. If there's an opening somewhere, the air goes in and out and equalizes itself. Thank you. Take care. Like a half hour.
And I'd like to maybe like size up the whiskey alabaster cups just a little bit bigger than what we're making. Okay. And we'll use all of those. We'll use all of the color that's there, especially alabaster. Yeah, alabaster is what's either lighter. We'll use all of the color and maybe a slightly larger cup since they're closer to the top of the batch mixture. And then the 231, we'll use all of it. The grade, probably not.
Could we put up stuffing a color cup? So what we're going to do from now, they do not. I would, do you have an Instagram page? Okay. We're doing some prep for tomorrow. We're making what's called color cups. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So if you look up on the big screen, if we want to have a layer of colored glass on the outside of an object, we blow what looks like a little bowl called the color cup. Then we drop another bubble in there of a different color, and the two colors are layered. So we're going to use, what we're making right now is just color cups, which we'll use tomorrow to make actual sculptures. You guys have any questions? Oh, okay. So over on the right, Nick is blowing as Sarah shapes the glass. So Nick is blowing, Sarah shapes it. Can we get the camera on Sarah on the right? There's nothing else is happening in the center bench. So now, Nick, in the black shirt and gray shorts, he's going to make the punty. We're going to use that to grab the color cup that Sarah's making from the bottom so we can open up the top. So right now the top of the color cup is attached to the metal pipe. We need it to be opened. So Nick is going to grab that color cup from the bottom with the punty, and we'll break it off the original pipe, and we'll open up the top. Wax hot, and you press them together, they stick to each other. We're going to open that end up. Could we put up stuffing a color cup? Ooh. So look up on the big screen. So what we're making is called color cups. So it's like a little bowl shape that had lined with a particular color. And if we want to layer colors, we can drop another bubble in there of a different color and fuse the two together and blow it up, and we'll have the two colors one on top of the other. Yes, that's what all these things she's making are. They're color cups. And we're going to use them to make other things. So now after we broke it off, there's a little hole in the top. And we'll make it into a big hole, and the color cup will be done. When he, if I'm understanding what you're saying, the machine where you see the door closed, that's the glass furnace. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So inside there, in the bottom half, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Yep, this one, and there's another one on the other side. Yeah, sticks to it. Yeah, hot glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we dip the pipe into the molten glass, we have to heat the tip of the pipe up. It's as hot as the hottest volcano. The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. If we're making something like this microphone and I want to shape the ball on top, I can take the torch and just heat up that ball. If I put it in the big round oven, kind of heats it up more generally. If I need to focus the heat, I use the torches. Heat up a different colored piece of glass, and you just wind it on. There's Can we put up a lip wrap drawing? So look up on the big screen. So you just wind on another colored piece of glass around the opening when it's small. We open it up, it makes a nice clean rim of a different color. It's called a lip wrap. So guys,